Good morning and welcome to my channel. My name is Christina and I like the colour. Today I have done Dark Fairytales. It is Easter Monday. I was trying to get this up on Easter Sunday, but I just ran out of time, and transferring the file from the editing software to the computer takes hours. So yeah, it is Monday. It should be up Monday or Sunday, depending where you live. I don't know. I ramble. I have done Kerby's Dark Fairytales, and I did the Sleeping Beauty. Now, she looks a little different from the original picture because I wanted her to be older. I wanted to use French grey for the hair because I've never used French grey before, and I just wanted to see if I liked it. It has a definite different tone than the cold greys. I don't mind it actually, it looks alright. I wanted her to be wrinkly, obviously. I wanted her to have lots of spots. The roses to have their highlights, to have a red and gold crown thingy. The main thing I wanted to focus on was her face and neck and her hair, and that was what I did. Now, yeah, I'm happy with the way she turned out. I am not a professional. I fly by the seat of my pants, I guess you could say. I learn by doing, and if I do wrong, then I learn from that, if you know what I mean. So this is the colour along with me, showing the colours that I used and how I did it. Now I do lots of layers and I go over things because I don't like to just bam go in and get that colour in there and then it could be a mistake, because I sometimes change my mind. So I like to just build up the layers and go from there. So if you're a wham bam thank you ma'am kind of person and just like to go in there and do it that way, then you do it that way. This is the way I do it, and yeah, I prefer to do it. I forgot to do the ear as usual. What else did oh, the eyebrows. I forgot the eyebrows as well, but that's me. I did go and do them. They are done. But I did forget them. So yeah, this is old Sleeping Beauty, so the prince is going to get a bit of a shock when he sees her, but you know, old is beautiful. Anyway, I hope you enjoy, and I'll see you next time. Bye. So I start with a base layer of cream. Now this is a really light layer. I don't want to push too heavy, mainly because this is adult colouring paper and I'm not going to get a whole lot of layers on here. But I just want to start with cream, mainly because I want her to be old, and I want her, like, oh, I don't know, this is a stereotype, but old people don't seem to have as much colour to their skin. They don't usually wear makeup, things like that. So I just wanted it to kind of look old, and she's been asleep for a while. So yeah, that's the look I'm going for. Now, I've never really changed a picture this much before, so I am sitting here colouring, trying to figure out how I'm going to do it. And I do make some, I wouldn't say mistakes, I just change some things that I do while I'm going along here. Like I will erase a few of the lines, but that's just part and parcel of learning as you go, I suppose. And now I'm going to go on to peach beige here. Beige is one of the words that I can't say. What's the other one? Cobalt. Luckily there's no cobalt. I really suck at that word. There's no cobalt in this one. So this is a layer of peach beige, but it's mainly in the shadow, like the midtones. That's the word I'm looking for, the midtones. So I'm leaving the highlights. So, you know, when you color a face, there's usually highlights near the lips, on the forehead. If there's wrinkles, there's highlights there, on the nose, on the side of the cheeks, where the usual highlights are. So I'm not going to color them with any of this peach beige. I wanted to add a little bit of peach and a little bit of beige, so I thought this would be appropriate. I've never actually used this color before, I don't think, for a face anyway, so I just thought I'd give it a go. And now here I make the decision to lightly draw in some of the wrinkles that I wanted to add. This is light umber and it's a very light, I'm not doing heavy pressure just in case I mess up, which I have a tendency to do sometimes. As always, I'm only human, you know. I'm not the perfect person that everybody sees me as, you know. It's just really hard, really difficult. No, I make a lot of mistakes, and I really wanted this to be light, but I wanted to, so this was the important part where I could determine if I was going to be able to turn her into an older type person, if you know what I mean. So in a way, I'm following that piece of paper that I have from the image that I helped create, and I'm not following it. So I'm doing the wrinkles that I think look good, and I'm adding different ones and not doing the wrinkles that I think look stupid. I was very nervous during this whole thing. I thought that I was going to mess it up because, you know, this isn't my usual thing. I love doing faces, I love portraits, so that's why I picked this one. I just wanted to do something different, but I was very worried that I wasn't going to be able to do what my brain wanted me to do. So I've got to control my hand and tell my hand what to do when my brain knows what it wants but doesn't know how to get it. So I think it worked out. I am 100% self-taught. I have never been to any art school or anything like that, and obviously because, yeah, I'm not an artiste, but I like doing it, so I teach myself everything, and I make mistakes. I'm human. I make mistakes. So this is the wrinkles almost done. I really wanted to change the way her neck looked too, so I wanted to make it look older. I don't know if you pay attention to older people, but they do have like some different wrinkles in. I don't want to be insulting. It's just natural. Um, they have different wrinkles and things that go on with their face when they get older, which is normal. And so I wanted to try and replicate that on her and also try and keep the curve of her face. So when I'm done here with the light umber, I'm going to get beige and I'm going to slowly go over the mid-tones with the beige and also blend in that light umber wrinkles just a little bit, just so they're not so prominent and so that I can see how it's going to look. And onto the beige, which is another mid-tone, and try not to go over your highlights. You really want some highlights in there. And you also have to think about the highlights of the wrinkles. So you got the bottom of the wrinkle and then it's going to go up to the top of the wrinkle and then back down to the next wrinkle. So you have to think about those highlights as well. It's all very complex and sometimes I tune out and sometimes I'll realize that I've messed up. But yeah, you got to think of all these highlights. There's always highlights on the nose and usually on the tip of the nose and a little bit of the side of the nose and on the lips. So anyway, beige, I wanted to just do the mid-tones and to try and blend in some of those wrinkles and also darken some of the wrinkles. The wrinkles that come down from the nose, they are pretty dark, so I do go over them with the beige. And now on to beige sienna, which is a little bit darker than beige, and it also has a little bit of a sienna-ish type. Well, obviously because it's beige sienna, has a more of a little bit of a pinkish tone, but it's definitely I usually use it in the darker midtones and the shadows, just to add a little bit of a pinkish tone, but not making it too pink, if you know what I mean. Now I want to add some light peach, but to begin with I'm just going to add it over the darker midtones and the shadows, just to see if it makes it too pink, because I don't want her too peachy. Now this is where I commit to the wrinkles and I get the dark brown and I start to go over the ones that I want darker with the dark brown. So not all the wrinkles are going to be prominent. You know, some wrinkles are subtle, so I don't want to go over all of them. And the shadow under the nose as well, that's always dark, and the around the eye as well. And I get the beige sienna again for the darker midtones and the shadows, and to just go over some of those wrinkles a little bit to make them not so brown. and now trying to get a little bit of tone and value, not value, that's not the word, shade, no, depth, I don't know. Trying to add some more color and shades to her face to make it look like a face and not flat. And now getting the dark brown again to go over the darker wrinkles and where the darker shadows are going to be. So it's going to be under the rose vines and under her neck as well. And just building up more layers with the peach beige. That is a difficult word to say when I can't just go peach beige because I'm going to say something wrong. Peach beige. So I'm going over the wrinkles with the peach beige I want to say beige with the peach beige, just to blend the wrinkles in so they're not so like bam in your face, you know, wham bam, thank you ma'am, in your face. I want them to blend in a little bit but still be there. So it's all a balancing act, and that is what I'm trying to do right now. I'm not perfect. I'm just trying. I look at it, I see where I need to fix something, and then I work on that. Just adding some more light peach to her, and I decided to go over where the wrinkles are with the light peach as well, but leaving a little bit of a highlighty area. And I want everything blended now, so I'm going to grab the very base layer and go over everything with the cream just to try and blend and move the colors into each other, and to also lighten up the wrinkles just a little bit. And now I mean business when I move to the Caran d'Ache Luminance. I haven't written Luminance on here, but it is a Luminance pencil. The dark flesh 5%, going over all the wrinkles and the darker midtones and the shadows with this darker flesh. It has a little bit of a pinkish tone to it, and brown as well, and I wouldn't use it just straight up for one color on skin, because skin is filled with so many different colors, but it is good to go over and just add a little bit of a pinkish tone and make things darker on the wrinkles and in the shadows. So in a minute I will grab my kneadable eraser. I don't have this on film because it's pointless. You don't need to do it. But I grab my kneadable eraser and just go over the whole face with one, quick movement, trying to just erase just a little bit because I was worried that I'd gone a little bit too dark. But then I realized I hadn't gone too dark, so I get the dark flesh and go back over it again. So that's why I took that out of the video. It was pointless. And now begins the constant battle with losing the wrinkles and the shadows. So I'm going to go over some of the wrinkles, making the wrinkles not so linear, I think is the word I'm looking for. I want them to be a little bit jagged because wrinkles are not perfectly straight or perfectly curved. They have lines and they're curvy, and it's human flesh. That sounds horrible. It's a human face. It's flesh. Tasty. No, don't eat it. Don't. Yeah, I want the lines to be jagged, but not too jagged, but just not linear. So that is the constant line or battle that you're fighting. So you're fighting with the highlights and the shadows, and you don't want things to look too just perfect and straight and drawn, because most faces are not perfect, especially mine. And I decided to go to the Luminance Burnt Ochre 10% to add some, it's kind of pinkish, but not quite pinkish, I just want to go over almost everything except the highlightiest highlights. So the brightest highlights. That's what I'm looking for. So don't go over the brightest highlights. And this is a very light layer. I'm just trying to add some pinkish, brownish overall to the face. Some more color because she was looking very cream. And this is dark umber, or it could be dark brown. I use them both interchangeably. I sometimes pick up the other when I want the other. So I pick up dark umber when I want dark brown, and dark brown when I want dark umber. I just think dark umber is a little bit darker than the dark brown. That's the main difference, I think. So this could be either, and either would work. If I've written dark umber, it should be dark umber. I just wanted to go over the wrinkles and darken them a little bit. And I also went and looked at some old faces, and I realized that they don't have the smoothness. So what I'm doing here is adding like bumps to the edge of her face, because if you really stare at an old person, and don't just, go sit down and stare at old people, because you might get in trouble where I was looking at images. They don't have smooth sides of the face and bottom of the face, so I decided to add some shadows there to make it look like it was shadowy and wrinkly on the edge as well, because that was part of my problem with what was going on with the face. It wasn't quite looking old enough. And I got the green ochre because I'm going to make the vines green, so, reflections and all that stuff, and, you have to think ahead and all that stuff. So she's going to have some reflection of some green on her face, and it was also a good color to get some shadows on that side of the face as well. Just going back over the darker wrinkles with the dark umber or dark brown. It could be either. If you can read it, have at it. Chemo has ruined my eyes, and sometimes, and I think I rubbed off a lot of the words on my pencils, especially the Prismacolors. So yeah, it's either dark umber or dark brown. It doesn't matter which you use. And of course, she's waiting for her Prince Charming, and so she's going to have a blush cheek. But I think he's going to be surprised when he comes along this Sleeping Beauty that she ain't so beautiful. And another layer of cream to blend everything together and see how I'm going with getting colors and wrinkles and things like that. But try not to go over all of, so the brightest highlights, don't go over the brightest highlights, which I think on this one I just leave as the little bit on the chin the bit on the cheek, the nose, and maybe a little bit on the neck, I'm not sure. So I don't know if you've noticed, but older people have spots on their face. I don't know. I've heard them called liver spots. I've heard them called sun damage. I've heard them called all sorts of things. I'll just call them spots. Old people's faces are fascinating. Don't go around staring at them. Please don't do that. I don't do that. I'll look at reference photos and I'll look at people on the TV. So older people like the one on Harry Potter, Professor McGonagall, and just people like that. They have such fascinating faces, and if you actually really look, you'll see all these spots. And so I want to start adding the layers of the spots now. So I'll add them and then I'll blend them in, and then I'll add some more just to get different layers. So it seems like there's like a 3D-ish look to the face, which is what a face should have. That was a lot to say. Here I am just adding spots and going over the darker wrinkles. And now another layer of dark flesh, 5%, just going over the darker midtones and the shadows. And my pressure is starting to get a little bit heavier on this one, so it will be medium pressure because I keep losing the shadows, and it gets frustrating. So I just want them to stay, like talking to kids. Just stay there. And dogs, just stay. just adding some more pink to her face. And then I'm going to get the eraser and erase some highlights that I want on the wrinkles. So there's going to be a highlight on her eye, and there's also going to be some highlights on some of the left-hand side of some of the wrinkles. So that's what I used with this eraser. Now I've got the dark umber again and going over the wrinkles, just getting them in there. Now I could go over them really heavy and just basically burnish them into the paper, but I would still lose them. They would still get lost once I went over it with other colors, and I risk making it look wrong. So this is why I prefer to do it in layers. So it may seem pointless and stupid, and if you just want to do it heavy and go in and it works for you, then have at it. It doesn't work for me. I'm not confident enough to do that, so I just like to build up my darkness. That's why I go over it with layers and layers, and that's just how I work. I prefer to do it that way, just so I don't, because if you go in too heavy, too dark, it is really hard to fix it once you've done that. Now this Luminance burnt ochre, 50% is for the shadows. Now, because her eyes are already drawn in by Kerby and the lines and all that, and it's pretty hard not to have to follow. Like, you can't get rid of some of the lines when you go over it with white gel pen. It's really hard to colour them in. So I'm just trying to make the eye just a little bit less youthful, and that's so I'm trying to darken this bit here and curve it around, and also try and keep the little bit of a highlight that's going to be on her eyelid. Now, because I was lazy and I couldn't be bothered getting up and walking 3 steps to get a tissue to blend everything together, I decided to use a blending stump. They both do the same thing, doesn't matter if you use a blending stump. I probably wouldn't use a blending pencil because it will leave it like a wax layer, and you're going to add another layer of pencil to the page, and I didn't want to do that. So I'll probably use a blending stump tissue, or we call them earbuds. I think other people call them Q-tips or cotton buds. We call them earbuds. And I know you're not supposed to put them in your ear, but you know, we all do things you're not supposed to do. And now onto this is my little eraser. So this isn't the normal size one. It's a teeny tiny little one, which I absolutely love. But I only have like 6 of the erasers that fit into it, which is really disappointing. So I have to preserve them. But like I said before, older people have dots on their face. So now I'm going through and adding some lighter dots just to make some more texture on her face. And yeah, I may go through and accidentally erase some of the browner dots that I did before, but that doesn't bother me because I'm adding more dots. And yeah, it's just layers of dots which add to the face, in my opinion. And when you have dots, you always have a shadow. So I'm going to go through and just the dots, the prominent dots that I just made with the eraser, I'm just going to go through and put a little bit of a curvy line around the right hand side of those dots just to make a shadow and make them seem more interesting. just darkening some lines. Not all of the lines, like all the lines there around her mouth are not going to be dark. And I'm adding more dots as well, just for another layer of dots. And then I do eventually decide to get up and walk a few steps and grab a tissue, and I will blend everything together with the tissue. So when you do dots, when you either go over it with a lighter color or you blend it with a tissue, it makes it blend down and not so perfect. You don't want it perfect. You do want the face to look perfect, but well, no, you do want the drawing to look perfect, but you don't want everything on the face to be perfect, because faces are just not perfect. So this tissue is going to go through and blend those dots into the skin, which is the same effect as going over it with the cream or the blending stump. And now adding some light peach again, just to get a little bit of life into her face, because she's not, you know, asleep. She's just asleep. And in my usual style, I realise I forgot the ear. Yes, shock horror, I forgot to do something. I forgot the ear. So that's all this is, just going over and doing the ear. If you saw the ear, then you do the ear with the rest of the face. But I saw the ear and just forgot to do the ear. just getting some highlights back on a couple of the wrinkles here. And reinforcing her blushed cheeks. One cheek. And using medium pressure, going over with creamer to blend everything together that I've done. Now her lips, permanent red, I use for the base color. Now lips are fascinating actually. I really do like lips and eyes. They'll have shadows on the bottom lip near where the lips meet, just a little bit of a shadow there, and then a shadow on where the lip meets the chin, or joins the chin, or whatever that part of the chin. And the top one will have a shadow where the lips meet and a little bit up the top sometimes. So, and then they've got highlights and lots of lines and, things like that. Lips are actually fascinating to look at. Like I said, don't go around staring at people, it's rude. But they have a lot of color and a lot of lines, and so yeah, this is using permanent red, crimson lake, and tuscan red and black to get the shadows and the lines, and then I will just get the white gel pen to do a couple of highlights. that I've got the shadows in, I'm going to go through and get some more colour into her lips and blend everything together with the permanent red. Lips have lines and wrinkles, and with wrinkles and lines come highlights, so I'm just going to add just a few little lines on here. They will be coloured, or some of them will be coloured over, but the main reason is to just add layers to the lips. So the darkest part of the lip is going to be this part of the lip where it meets the chinny chin, and where the lips meet. And I also go over the eye as well, because the eyes are usually pretty, they have lots of dark spots in the eyes as well. Now, I've never used French grey. I don't know why I don't use it. It's just not. I don't know why it's called French grey. I'm going to have to Google that. It's got something in it. It definitely looks different to the cool grey. I prefer cool grey, but I didn't want her to just look cool greyish hair, so I thought, no, stuff it. I'm going to use French grey, so that's why I decided to use French grey. I wanted to give her grey hair, but a different kind of grey that I usually do. So this first layer is light, just going over, trying to get a teeny tiny bit of colour in there. Now this next French grey 50%, as you can see my hand popping up there, it just makes it easier for me to know which one I'm using, because sometimes with a lot of the greys, well, not the French grey because I haven't used them that much, but all the other greys, I've rubbed off all the numbers, so it's just easier for me to hold my hand up. So if you see me holding my hand up, it's not some Morse code or any, I know that's not Morse code. It's not some secret code saying, help me, I'm being held hostage. It's just me, because I couldn't be bothered having to zoom in and use a magnifying glass to try and find the number on the pencil. This French grey 50% is for the midtones and the shadows. Just hair is layers, hair is lots of layers. Hair on adult colouring books is not as easy to do as it is, in my opinion, because I'm not an expert, as it's not as easy to do as if you're using Stonehenge paper or your own, can't think of Fabriano or things like that. So you're not going to get as many layers on here. So this is not a heavy layer. I'm just trying to build everything up and try and get the shadows in. I'm not worrying about strokes of the hair right now. That doesn't interest me. I just want to get the form of the hair in. And now that I've used the French grey 10% and 50%, I go to the 30% to go over everything, because the 10% was very light, and so I save it for the brightest highlights in the hair, so just the bits that are going to be really light. So it wasn't a waste. That's just how I do it. I like to start low and work up, and then use the really low one to be the highlight. So this is going to be for most of the hair except for the highlightiest highlights. And now we're on to the big daddy of the French grey. We're on to the 90% French grey. I wonder if there's like 100% French grey. They should make that just like be called French grey, you know, French grey 100. French. Ooh la la. This is for the shadows only. I'm sorry, I'm sitting here talking to myself into a microphone, looking at something I've done. Everybody, it is Easter holidays. My boys, one's at work, one's asleep still. He's, yeah, he likes to sleep. And the other one has gone fishing with his dad. So I'm just sitting here talking to myself, and when you talk to yourself, you start to say stupid things. But this French grey, ooh la la, is for the shadows. I'm not doing strokes right now. It still doesn't interest me. I don't think I particularly do many strokes on this hair. I'm trying a different way of doing hair. And now back to the French grey 50% for the midtones and the shadows. I am doing some strokish type strokes here. Strokish strokes, but it's not necessarily important. That's just how I'm starting to colour. I'm not trying to get strokes in because I don't really need them right now. But with hair, you always want to colour in the direction of the hair. Just a side note there, always colour that the direction the hair is going. Otherwise, it's just going to not look right. And now black for the darkest shadows. Reserve this for the darkest shadows. You don't want a great deal of black in the hair unless you're doing black hair. So back to the Big Daddy French Grey. This is to go over the the black that I just did. So it's not so black, it looks grey, but so it's still dark, and also go over the shadows because, surprise, surprise, we've lost them again. And speaking of losing shadows, we're going to lose them again because I go over it with white because I want to blend everything together. But I do avoid the darkest shadows with the white. I don't need to blend them with the white because they're already blended with the black and the French grey. Now I'm not finished with the face and all the hair, but I want to try and get some colors in so that I can see if I like the way that it's going. So I decided to do the crown. I will go back to the hair, I will go back to the face because that's just what I do. But for the base layer of the crown is canary yellow. And the next layer for the crown on the midtones and the shadows is yellow ochre. Shadows are going to be on my crown on the right hand side, on this bit here that's touching her hair, and on the corners of the crown. And now burnt ochre for the darker midtones and the shadows, just going over the bits that Kerby has already made as shadows and doing the edges of the crown in the burnt ochre as well. Now we're getting into the darker shadows, but not the darkest. So these are going to be just for the shadows and not the midtones. Dark umber for the darkest shadows. Like I said, if I've written dark umber and you see dark brown, they're both the same to me. I know they're not, but I use them interchangeably because I usually just pick up the wrong one. And I use yellow ochre again to go over everything but the highlights and to blend it all together to make it smooth and nice and shiny like a gold crown should be. red jewels in the crown, so that's what this is, just a layer of red, Crimson Lake and Tuscan red, and then a white gel pen for the highlights. On this big gem here that I'm doing, I do leave a white spot there just slightly to the left in the middle, just for the highlight, just because I was thinking ahead. So the Tuscan red is for the shadows. The right hand side of the gems is going to have more of a shadow, and where the gem meets the crown, so where it's embedded into the crown, is also going to have the shadow. White gel pen to do a quick reflection on some of the gems. And this one here is gold as well, so exactly the same as what I just did for the crown. And as is my usual style, I got distracted by the hair again, so I will do another layer of French Grey 30%, going over almost everything except the brightest highlights, just to blend it together and get some more colour into it. And now for her cloak dress thingy and the little emblem thingy in between the gold there. I wanted it to be red because red seems regal and royal, and because I like red. I like red. It's that easy. I like red. But I look horrible in red. I don't have any red clothes. I don't. I'm sitting here thinking about it. I don't have any red. I have one red dress and that is it. And I never wear that red dress. I don't wear red. And as you can tell by the way I'm holding my pencil, this is a light layer. Bit here is just me doing the little symbol thing there that I forgot to do with the gold. So it's just the canary yellow and yellow ochre and things like that. So that's all that is. And now time for the shadows on her regal coat. Shadows are going to be under that gold thing, under the roses, on the right hand shoulder, and under the other gold thing that's on her red thing. Thing is an official word. It is real and I use it a lot. It's a thing. Tuscan red for the darker shadows, and I also draw a couple of lines to be like creases because nobody's clothes ever sit smooth, not even a rich sleeping beauty. And now after doing these shadows, I'm going to add the permanent red again to blend everything together and add colour to the cloak. And black for the very darkest crease. And this next bit, there's not a great deal for me to say. It's a relatively light layer, just going over all the leaves with Luminance Spring Green. I was considering making the leaves and the vines look dead and the roses kind of dead as well, but I thought, nah, I'm going to make it like lively. I wanted them to be alive, obviously, because they're green. But no, I did consider making them dead, but it would have just made the whole page very dark and flat. And I didn't quite want it dark and flat. I wanted her face to be the focal point. And if I had have made them dark, it would have changed her face. So yeah, I decided green and red would be the way to go. and Luminance grass green for the shadows, which is going to be on the right hand side, and if there's any lines drawn on them, I draw the lines with the grass green as well. And now onto the roses. Like I said, I make them red. I do leave a bit uncolored with the red because I want them to be the highlights, and I will eventually go over them with white and a pink. I can't remember what pink it is. Is it blush pink? I can't remember. I'll remember when I see it. So the bits you see white there on the roses are the highlights that I didn't want to color in because I didn't want to lose the highlights. I decided to just skip to these shadows with the Tuscan red and do the shadows in the roses. And after fixing the broken white Prismacolor, as soon as I picked it up, the lead just went pop. It's like, oh, okay. Now I think it's a brand new white one too, which is very disappointing. Oh well, it is what it is. This is to blend everything together. Now, the way that I'm blending is I'm trying not to bring too much of the red into the part that I left white, but I want a little bit in there. So I just very carefully color down from the white into the red and then back up into the white just a little bit, just to only bring a tiny bit of the red. It's raining again. I wish it would make up its mind. It's horrible weather at the moment. It's autumn. I don't know what is going on. Usually we're sunny and it's just raining and then sun for an hour and then rain. Every time I step outside to go for a walk, it starts to rain. Guaranteed. And now black for the dark shadows on the roses. And for the vines, I do the same as what I did with the leaves. Now I get the French grey 90% because there's some hair that I didn't colour in that's kind of shadowy parts. I wasn't quite sure what it was when I was colouring, so I left it, but then when I'd coloured everything in I realised it should be hair, so I just do it as shadowy hair. And here I go through and just extend some of these shadows a little bit, just trying to make it more layered. now I'm just going to go through and do her eyebrows here, because I forgot to do the eyebrows too. Eyebrows and ears and eyelashes too. They tend to be 3 things that I realize I forget when I'm done. And with the white gel pen here, I'm just adding a couple very light white grey hairs, so they're white grey hairs on her eyebrows. Now the highlights on the roses were too white for me, so I decided to make them blush pink. But if I was to do them again, I would do them the exact same way, just so I kept the highlights. Because if I went over them with blush pink initially, I probably would have lost some of the highlights. So I'm glad I kept it white, and I would do it again. I would do it again. Gosh darn it. And now onto black, where I'm just going to do whatever it is that catches my eye that doesn't look like it's dark enough. and back to the face again, because the shadow on that left, yeah, on her right, my left, on left hand side isn't dark enough. I just want to try and build it up a little bit. All of these things that I'm going to do from now are just fixing things up that I don't like or that need, you know, additional stuff done. So there's no rhyme or reason. It's just I'll be sitting there and I'll think, okay, I need to fix that. I get distracted very easily. I'll look at something and I go, yep, need to fix that, even while I'm in the middle of colouring something else. And then I'll go back to what I'm colouring. That's just how I work. I can't. Sometimes it's hard to focus on one thing. So these are the finishing touches that I usually do the day after I've finished, and I'll just have a look at it and figure out what it is that I don't like about it and fix it. Well, not necessarily I don't like, but just what I want to fix up a little bit. So on this one, I wanted to fix up some of the shadows and her regal coat or whatever it is, and just go over the layers on her hair as well. So what I'm doing here with the eraser is I'm adding texture dots to the roses because they have texture, and this is the best way that I can add them, add the texture. If I really wanted roses to be lifelike, I should have added, what are they, aphids? In a rental house we had in Adelaide, we had roses out the front, And oh my god, they were just constantly covered in aphids. I would spray them, not spray them, was it soapy water gets them off? Or I would get rid of them and they would just come back. I would never have roses again. I am not a rose bush type person. And plus, I had young kids then, and you know, roses, thorns, kids, stupid. So they just didn't make sense. But you know, it wasn't my garden, so I couldn't get rid of it. But yeah, long story short, roses have texture. I don't know if you know, but they do. And aphids. So this is my attempt at making Sleeping Beauty go from young to old. I think it worked out. Obviously, it's not perfect, but you know, that's why we do things, to learn. So don't forget to like and subscribe for more videos. I hope you enjoy this one, and I'll see you next time. And don't forget to stay creative and stay colorful.